Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be doing some more Safari Zone hunting. Technically not Safari Week anymore, but it do be over time. Time. It do be indeed. It do be overtime indeed. But um, not too bad of a day today. It get, everything nice and done. So that's always nice. Even go doesn't want to be loading. Annoying. Gonna be soon getting going on indeed. Jeez, my running, it's my runny nose. Is my nose runny? Could Pokemon Go actually work? It's getting frustrating. I'm restarted the game 3 times. I would have been checking it before I started, you know, hunting today. But yeah, we're gonna be going back to the same places that we did actually last time. With the same Pokemons as well. And I mashed just a button, so I'm in wrong areas in both games. Raid. Well, in this game I'm gonna be going back because I need to be going to area 4. The other game I can be moving myself up in there. Gonna double check, but I'm quite certain it's the case. Yes. Area 2 and area 4 again, indeed. Yeah, I don't know why my nose is running again. It's ridiculous. It's like, you know, getting like, in quotes, sick for like a day kind of things. Jeez, do I love them. Okay, I absolutely hate them. I don't understand why they need to be a thing. I always will be saying that if I will be sick, I want to be actually sick. Like, I don't want to be just about to be sick, you know? I'd rather be just actually just sick. You know, get it done with. Yep. It's good. So silver as well there. Wait a second. Thing. There we go. Let's try to move so silver also to the place. Nice. Again, today I can be moving every game to the location that I want them to be in. Without any issues. I started off with double Quagsire. Nice. Yep, let's see how much we can be getting done today. Always be hoping though that I could be getting, you know, so silver done. Because it's easier for me to be keeping going ahead and doing the other ones instead. But as I did like say last time though, that I think and if I get, you know, if I get, you know, the thingamathing called a shiny in either a Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be moving to getting like some of the fossils indeed in Sword and Shield. And as I said, also it doesn't last too long. I have only so many watts. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm on a okay day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Pretty chill day. Oh, nothing indeed going on today really. Yesterday was nice though, I did sleep quite well and long. That's nice. Yep. Indeed, good day indeed. I don't know, again, I feel like it wasn't that long time ago that I did have like the same kind of situation that I did just have a ridiculously runny nose for no reason. For like a day. As I said, I'd rather be actually sick than be almost sick. It's just... It's one of the most frustrating things if you ask me. Just be barely sick. It was fun because guess who forgot that it's the first Monday of the month today. It was a nice awakening as usual. And noon. Oh boy, you gotta love that. I mean, I understand they gotta be checking them every once in a while, but still. Rude. Very rude indeed. But yeah, I will say though that I don't know, since the actual Safari week is over, that I don't know how much I will be only doing this. I might be sprinkling some other hunts as well. So for example, tomorrow I might be doing Alpha Gudra. We'll see. I do be feeling like, of course. I will say though that depending on if indeed a Soul Silver, because I really want to be ending the hunt on Soul Silver as well. If Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl do be getting shiny first. But that might be a little bit more on-off hunting though, because I really want to be doing some other hunts as well, you know. So if I want to be doing Scarlet and Violet hunting, I don't have the brain power to be doing, you know, Soul Silver on the side. So possibly when I'm doing like Sword and Shield, or when I'm doing like Dynamax Adventures, like both of those I can easily be tackling into the side. But yeah, we'll see. If it gets the shiny first, then I don't have anything to worry about, to be fair. But depending on the fact that how long does Soul Silver be taking to be getting a shiny, because I will try to be making, you know, a video about this, I might not be including it. Like, I give it a month extra, like at the end of this month, I feel like I will be making it anyway, so if for some reason neither of the game, or any of the games haven't found a shiny at that point, I'll be surprised. Because that's ridiculous. Because I feel like I would be doing it in the case of, like... I would be doing, you know... like... 2 to 3 times a week, maybe? You know, still this. Even if I would be sprinkling in, indeed, regular hunts as well. We'll see. But yeah, yesterday was nice and rainy though. It's still pretty, in quotes, cold today. And, you know, it's nice. It do be very nice. That could potentially be the reason why I'm, in quotes, sick as well. It could be. It could be the reasoning because, you know, temperature changes. But we'll see what happens today. Something cool, perhaps? Possible, always. Yeah, also, by the way, I will be hitting today the mark on so silver that I actually hit like the odds once during more or less the Safari week. I was about to say that I've been finding 2 Azurils, I haven't found a Bidoof yet. There is the Bidoof. You gotta love the little guy. Deciding to be showing up there. Just like that. Nice. Also, I don't know if it means anything. It would be kind of cool. But for whatever reason, I did have a dream, like, I don't remember, was it last night or night before? That I got a shiny Caraveller on Soul Silver. Well, we'll see. I suppose. Could be. Always could be, you never know. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can get today done. Good amount of encounters, you know. And I feel like that we're going to. I feel like that indeed. Yeah, I did do it yesterday again. The Melon box, indeed. I didn't get anything cool out of it. Quite a good amount of because I was interested in hundos. Just because, why not? Did get quite a good amount of potential ones. None of them were, unfortunately, but... we'll see, we'll see. Maybe. Could be kind of cool, you know, to be getting a... getting a one indeed, but... we'll see, we'll see. Gonna of course be popping one today as well, at some point. Don't know exactly when, but at some point for sure. Gonna be checking every once in a while, is it, you know, ready to be popping up another one or not, you know. But I did start yesterday like at 6 PM, so assuming like around there then I can be doing today. But we'll see, we'll see. I would rather do it sooner than later, but that's beside the point. That's beside the point, indeed. There we go. A little bit better now. I will say though that I definitely did almost today forgot to almost forgot to do the funny thing of funness, aka plug the DS in and 3DS, whatever my thing. I guess, you know, I didn't get the charger. I switched to a phone charger instead. But yeah. We good, we good. Did remember. Yeah, I did do some fishing yesterday as well in Alola for funsies. Get like 300 done in... I would like to say... Was it only 3 hours? Was it 2? Something along those lines, you know, a pretty good amount. I will also say, I guess all the Phoebes that I have been avoiding did finally decide to be showing up, because I did get like 3 like under 50 away from each other. Which was pretty nice, considering the fact that I was going around 500 encounters without seeing it. But you know, it happens, it happens. Yep. Was nice though, nice and chill. Like, yeah, yesterday was pretty nice and chill day. I didn't really do anything. I mean, we did go to the store, but, you know, normal, I suppose. We, you know, go in the store every once in a while. Eh, you gotta love those chill days every once in a while, though. Have, you know, nice days of doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, very nice indeed. I did find one thing interesting because, you know, Shiny Catherine did have her birthday not too long time ago. And, you know, of course, as one does, they do be looking for Destiny Mark Pokemons. I did find it quite interesting that technically it is rare to be finding with the Shiny Charm Sandwich combo. It's rare to be finding the birthday mark shiny one. Then the full odds. Which kind of makes sense because there's a lot of things that are stacking, you know, together, but it's interesting. Because all the chances for things are super low with that. Because it's anyways quite a good chance that you'll be getting a destiny mark on a Pokemon when it's your birthday anyways. Because I think it's normally at 1 in 25. Like, without any modifications, which is pretty good. I understand it though, like, why make the birthday mark to be super duper rare, you know? Doesn't make the most amount of sense. Considering the fact that you can be only getting it once per year. Technically. I mean, you can always buy it, just be switching the day, but if you don't do that, that's, you know, only once in a year kind of situation. Another pity for really game. Really? Oh, really want to be giving me the 1% day? Also, I have a feeling that I haven't put up Psyduck in Brilliant Diamond today. I don't know why. Could be wrong, of course, but pretty sure I haven't gotten one there. I have seen a Psyduck. Just show up when I'm talking about you. I did see a Psyduck in Shining Pearl, but I just wasn't sure did I see it in Brilliant Diamond as well. Hmm. I'm trying to think, what is the requirement for... Like, when do you get surf in this game? In PDSP, that is. I know exactly where you get it in, Hard Coastal Silver. Surf. It's a water check. Did you know that? Mode 3. I get it in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. You get it in Celestic Town. It's pretty far in, actually. I mean, to be fair, there really isn't like that many requirements required like usage of surf in games, I suppose. I find it funny that it's more required in like it feels more required in the in Legends Arceus. I guess because the required part is in kind of in the middle of the story instead of like more or less to the end, the main usage anyways. There's technically, I think only one point before you... I think there's only one like required usage of surf before you go to the Victory Road. Or like try to be going to Victory Road, I suppose. But anyways, endgame. Or is there? I don't remember the lake things. Maybe there was like one or two there. Then again, the lakes, they are pretty dried. Because the only place I can remember that there is a required surf usage is to be going to the Steel Gym. Before indeed going to the Victory Road. Which I find so weird that... Shino's Victory Road is probably, even though I know mostly how to be getting through it, it's still for me one of the most complicated Victory Roads. I don't know why, but it just is. It's not that, it's not even that it requires so many GMs to be able, or HMs to be getting through it. It's just, there's so many twists and turns that seem unnecessary. But they still do be there, And of course I haven't gone through every victory road, and do I remember how half of them go? Not really. But I feel like Shinos is one of the most complicated ones. But I also feel like Alola is one of the ones that feel like it's going forever. It's not particularly hard to be getting through, it just feels like it's going forever. Kanto is probably, like, at the same time one of the easiest, but also one of the most forgettable ones, because it really depends on what game you're playing. What kind of victory road you're having. Because I feel like Kanto's victory road has, like, always changed. Depending on the version that you're playing through, or I'm saying like Kanto games. Because technically it's both Kanto and Johto. Also, I really like the zoom in on the last one with the Whoopers. One of them, they're like facing each other. Because I love that. But yeah, I don't know. At the same time, I would be liking if there would be some sort of a cave or some otherwise difficult part to be getting the Elite Four. Because in most games there is location like that. But at the same time, I don't feel like it's too necessary. I don't feel like it's too necessary. I think the only, in quotes, victory road that I'm disappointed in is the Paldea one, because at least in Sword and Shield, even though it's not technically victory road, there is still a, in quotes, hard route before it. But Scarlet and Violet, it's just like, why? Like, kind of, why is it even there, situation? Like, it really feels like it doesn't need to be there, so, like, why bother with it, honestly? I honestly think the only victory road that I haven't gone through is the Kalos one. Because I have, like, gone through it once in, I don't remember which of the Unova games, but one of them anyways. It wasn't a regular game, it was a randomized game. That's also a thing that I used to do a lot more than I do now is randomized games for Pokemon. They're fun. I really like them. Especially when you turn into extreme mode. Or as extreme as you can, you know. Because like I get it that people only want to be doing like they're randomizing where the Pokemons are found. I understand that, but yeah, you know, it's still the case that, you know, good Pokemon are gonna be good Pokemons. Because I very much like the kinds of runs that are randomized indeed that are in the case of like completely random, like you can be getting like a sun current that is best Pokemon ever. Instead of always like going with legendaries and stuff. I do be loving though any kind of game that you can be turning like randomness on though. Especially when you have already like played through the game once and I would like to be maybe making it a challenge for you, you know. Quite like that indeed. I guess I feel like if games can be having randomness attached to them, that they really pump up the replayability. But you know, they're story-based games that, you know, they are what they are about them. I feel like most of the games, especially of course the ones that don't have a story, they should be having somewhat of randomness involved in them. Because, I don't know, I just don't personally like the too many of those kinds of games that are like open world games that you don't really have a story at all in. That you have very restricted ways that you can be going about playing the game. I don't know, it's just... Do be what it do be is always a game for anyone. Though it's always a good thing as well. It do be what it do be. Then again, I have been seeing like some kind of cool looking mods to some games, which you know seem interesting, but at the same time, I don't think that like after a while the game would be fun to play. You know, I think it's fair to say that if a game is too hard to be defeating for you, depending on, you know, how do you like your games, of course. I feel like if the game is too hard to be defeating, it removes the fun aspect of it. Because I personally don't like too many of the games that are specifically meant for like rage quit. And you know, it just is what it is, you know? And the thing is as well, especially when it comes to speedrunning, that I know that people do be preferring more of a thing that requires skill and not luck. Which you know is fair enough. It's like, it's just like, why? That's why some games I have over the years lost interest from people to be speedrunning them for. Because it's just, it's no longer fun when it's just down to luck. Like it's like fine for a little while, but then it's just like eh. There's still, you know, always good ways to be making randomness in games to be cool. You know, depending on kind of what kind of Pokemon you get, is the Pokemon gonna be easy or hard to be using, for example. I think that is a good way to be making randomness. I think it to be indeed. Like, you know, even as an unshiny, some Pokemons are better than others. Hello. How are you doing? I'm not doing too bad. Thanks for asking. Have you been able to find any cool shinies? Happens. I wonder how many... I wonder how many people have been... like, just... you know, not fully close to Let's Go games when they're, like, having a streak going on. Oh no! Got pushed by a week, that's annoying. I was speaking of jobs and, you know, applying to them and stuff. I absolutely hate myself the automatic that thank you for applying this job messages. Like, it's nice to know that, you know, everything has gone through. But at the same time, I would like it if it wouldn't be just an automatic one. Because I feel like if they're gonna be having like an automatic message that, you know, thank you for the application, basically, they definitely should then respond whether you get the job or not as well. Honestly. Yeah. Like, I don't mind it, but I just feel like it should be more personalized. Like, not asking for much. But of course, like, they don't have time for that. But it was quite funny though, because I was applying to one job, like last week or so. They were literally saying that, like, you can apply to this job now, but then they are gonna be actually choosing, like, in like 1.5 months from now, like in the middle of August. It's like, then why? Like, they're saying that they're gonna be taking, like, you know, July off. But at the same time, like, I'm like, why do you then have this opened now? Because I'm not gonna be remembering, and it was a job as well that I would be receiving a phone call and I don't answer a phone. Like, never if I don't know who it is. So I will say that I don't remember them like 1.5 months from now that they are like getting things done. No, actually, it's not the case. Even though like one side did say that it's gonna be like almost a month from this point still, it did close down yesterday. So it doesn't make any sense. Like, literally, you can't be applying to that job anymore. They're just gonna be having, you know, July off. That they're gonna be returning back in... like, in then. Whenever they get around doing that. It's annoying. Especially because it's indeed one that they specifically said that they're gonna be giving you a phone call, but as I said, I don't answer a phone most of the time if I don't know who it is, because I don't care. I mean, that's not too surprising, to be fair. But yeah, I hate it. Because I will say that I personally prefer people be like sending me emails of things instead of like calling me when it comes to like jobs. But each their own, I suppose. Because I'm still the type of person that I don't like to be speaking on the phone. Don't know what it is, but I just don't like to be speaking over the phone. Like, I'm like, do you like, if you need to be doing like mostly important things, if you need to be doing them online, I'd rather it be over email or something like that, or like in Skype or something like that. But I don't want to be on phone. If I want to be talking to you, I'd rather be doing it face to face, to be fair. But yeah, a few more encounters to go, then we're gonna be having an ad break indeed. The first hour has passed already. Yeah. I mean, I will say that I don't mind speaking to, like, my grandma, for example, over the phone, but, like, that is, like, only way that I could be in touch with her anyway, so why would I mind that? But most other things, yeah. No, thank you. I mean, you have the line done, right, then? But do you have butter free? Yeah, it is an annoying feeling, for sure. Let's continue then. But yeah, I will say that I like quite a bit Metaboard Shiny though. I find Butterfree to be disappointing, not because it's not a pink from anime, I just find it like underwhelming, but anyways. Yep. Sure. The Metabot though, that's pretty cool. Also, a shiny hunting thing that I have seen over the past few years to be quite popular is generational quest. That, you know, you try to be getting a Pokemon as a shiny from every generation that it's in. I find that quite interesting. Don't really know what picked its like interest in people, but I surely ain't complaining. It's interesting to see. Interesting to see indeed. Maybe even I will try to be doing it at some point. We'll see though, we'll see. Because I guess in quotes the only problem with that kind of thing is that of course people are gonna be complaining that you're hunting the same shiny more than once, but then again, honestly, does it matter? Like for example, I am like kind of tempted to at some point be hunting for all the evolutions in Hard Gold Soul Silver. Even though I might be very well be hunting them in other games. But I don't know, I don't care really to be hunting them. Like for example, when I did put together in for the hard gold, like the shiny only playthrough, I did do it indeed for all the starters. Then and I was thinking that who do I want to do it with, you know? What Pokemons I want to be having there. And for one of them, even though I'm pretty sure I did have a shiny Piloswine, but a shiny Swinub at that point, I was still like, yeah, put it to the list, I suppose. Just, you know, why not? I guess the same thing could be said about my indeed at some point doing a hunting in silver that I'll be hunting quite a good amount of those Pokemons again. Even though I have them like Skarmory, Cyndaquil, Gyarados, I suppose. Don't think that I have a shiny Umbreon at any game. I could, but I'm pretty sure I don't have. Indeed, it's Swinub once again there, by the way. Yeah. It is what it is. Of course the difference is like sometimes it facing like you might be getting a Pokemon that you are not really wanting to be finding, you know, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to check out one thing about Shinx. Like, is it the case that like one place is the only place to be getting it in Heart Gold Soul Silver? You can be finding it in Seafoam Islands in Heart Gold Soul Silver. So I suppose if I do be finding Delibird in the Ice Path, then I could be moving into Seafoam Islands to be getting Jinx. Just check out the encounter table in there though. What do we be looking like? Yeah, it is weirdly a place that is not in Chenchu. As I said, I understand that some cuts needed to be made for the Chenchu games, but still seems a little odd. It's available on the bottommost floor. It's 12% chance in there. 30% tube gold badge. 24 Dugong. 13% gold duck. 2% Shinx. 10% Psyduck. 10% seal. It's certainly interesting options there. It's a maybe. It's definitely a maybe. If I do be finding indeed Delibird first in the Ice Path. Can I also double check, is it the only place that I can be finding Delibird in Heart Gold Soul Silver? It is indeed. So no matter what, I would need to be there for Delhi Bird. Even though it's not definitely the one, like, it's not like a one that I really need to be finding there, but definitely do be there. It's indeed one of those hunts that I usually do be picking up around Christmas time indeed. No wintry hunts, they do be nice. Probably will be doing again like few days of Delhi Bird before I'm gonna be heading to my Christmas break indeed this year as well. Because I feel like that will be quite a cool thing to be doing. I feel like indeed. But I probably will be doing before that, like DA week though. Because I still want to be doing that like at least once a year. A whole week worth of DAs. And you know, more people have time off from school and work. I'm just wondering, can it be happening the next half an hour that EDSP would be catching up to Soul Silver? It is, you know, of course, slow progress to be getting there, but could definitely be done. It's quite likely that they will be catching up anyways. Quite likely indeed. Oh, one weird thing that I'm kind of missing out on from games nowadays is most of the time, like when you were AFK in the title screen, something like cool is happening. Like after a while, like just gameplay starts happening for whatever reason. I would be finding that so cool to be the case again. I like, surely does it really do anything? No, but it's still pretty cool. And also, like, it would be so nice that if in more games nowadays you could be, like, putting the computers to be playing games. And, like, watch how they are doing. I'll be finding that quite cool as well. Actually, it wouldn't be too useful, like not that many people would be watching it, at least for long periods of time. But I kind of like them. I don't know if I did play too many of those games when I was a kid. But I always found them very cool. Like, sometimes it was an actual gameplay of the game that was like randomly generated. Sometimes it was like just a trailer or something like that playing while it's waiting for you to be doing something. I don't know, it was cool. Definitely indeed would be loving if that would be the case. Still. Because, for example, how cool it would be in Soul Silver that you could be just like starting a Pokelathon thing there. And then just watch, you know, NPCs be doing something cool. Would find it quite nice. Would find it quite nice indeed. I have never liked the bottles that have like the very like thin lid. Like it's like, why? And they always have been like very hard to be opening. Thankfully, I haven't really seen them too much in here. But I know that in some other countries it's the case that especially on water bottles it's like stupid thin. And I hate it, it's for absolutely no reason. But since like we need to be switching to the lids that are attached to the bottle, some companies have been making, you know, their lids to be quite a bit thicker, which is nice. Because I find, especially because most of the lids in here, when it comes to bottles and such, they are usually, you know, screwing ones. So the more height you have, the easier they are to be opening. Because I have always struggled with one brand when it comes to specifically for water bottles. Because they're like stupidly small. It's like hard to be getting any grip on it. It's annoying. Indeed, they have gone a little bit bigger since the thing that, you know, it needs to be on the bottle. Which I will say that I still will not be understanding the hate for it. What do you? I don't think that, at least for me, they haven't been making my experience from drinking from the bottles any harder. I mean, to be fair, like, after a certain size of a bottle, like, it's definitely meant for pouring, not drinking from it, you know? So, yeah. It's not that big of a deal, if you ask me. I haven't myself ever, like, taken the lid off from the thing, because why would I? I don't need to. I don't need to rip it off from it. And like, I don't know. I find it just so stupid to be complaining about it as well. Because it's just is better for the environment that, you know, they are attached to the bottle. Like, it's just like, I don't understand. What's the big deal? And in quite a good amount of the lids as well, you can be like turning it away from you so it doesn't hit you while you're drinking as well. At least in here. Like, it's not a big deal. But it's a change, and people don't like change, I suppose. What do you? I'm fine with them. I don't find them any more frustrating than any other bottles. Because I think there's only very few bottle kinds that I struggle opening. It's mostly with glass bottles that don't have, you know, the usual metal kind on the top. It's like the old-timey, like, ones that you need to be opening in specific ways. They don't need to be pushing the metal part in a certain way to be opening. Those I struggle with a little bit. It's usually the first one, really. I mean, to be fair, it's with anything, the first opening is the hardest, but anyways. Then there's few other kinds that at least I don't run into too often in here. It's usually with the special kinds of things. And it's the kinds that you need to be pushing something in like a bottle. They usually are also glass bottles, at least in here. But I don't see them basically ever. The only times that I see it is with few specifically from Japan drinks that we have in stores. They aren't too bad. It's just like, it's more of a thing for me because I don't want to push too hard because I'm afraid that the glass will be breaking. Even though it has never happened. But I'm still afraid of it because jeez. Is glass hitting somewhere annoying? And also glass hitting everywhere is a reason why I never will be understanding people that want to be walking in barefoot anywhere but their home. Because home I can understand, because most of the time you know that if someone has broken a glass, and you know, since here you don't walk shoes with shoes inside, then you know, like, if you have socks on, they are not gonna be helping you too much. They're basically the same thing as walking barefoot. But yeah, home is the only place that I understand that you'll be like walking barefoot. Because as I said, you know if someone has broken a glass, I would like to say. I mean, I guess, I don't know, you don't really see broken glass bottles too much in here, but I don't know. I guess you can never be too sure that has someone cleaned them up all that well. Because sometimes when, like, we have been having a situation when I was a kid, that someone did break a glass. It was kind of impossible to be knowing that all of it was gone. And then after like 2 weeks, you would still be like stepping on a few like small pieces of glass. Because they sometimes would go like for so tiny pieces. It's annoying. I know that there's like certain materials that are nice in that they always will be breaking into big parts. But I don't think that we have been ever be having glasses that would be made out of those. But they are nice nonetheless. Usually something like plates that are, you know, ceramic, they are usually fine. They usually are in bigger portions. But there's still, you know, small ones that you most likely can never be avoiding fully. Well, yeah. It do be what it do be indeed. As I'm trying to be thinking, have I ever been in a beach that I would have been walking barefoot? I don't think that much. Like, it might be for a little while, like if I will be going to swimming, of course, but that's about it, really. Because the thing is as well that the last time that I remember being on the beach, I didn't even go to swimming. And I don't even remember that I did go swimming then. Specifically the kind of beach that you'll be having even sand in, because it's quite often than not the case in here that... Especially if you are like by a lake, that, you know, there is no sand there and, you know, it's just in the middle of the forest. There can technically be sand there if you decide to, you know, make one. There's also quite a good amount of rocky ones as well. But yeah. Yeah, because the last time that I remember that I was in a public beach, also a public beach as well as I guess a good term to be using as well, that I don't remember that I did go swimming. I guess because it was kind of a mix that I didn't like to be swimming in public at that point anymore. And also because I was afraid because it was an ocean. Even though, like, it was a very safe beach and everything, I was still afraid. I'd rather just be chilling, you know. There indeed. Getting burned. As one do. But yeah. It's quite a good amount of, like, it's quite a surprising honestly to me, even though I know that this place that I'm living in, there's quite a good amount of like beach areas that, you know, you can be swimming in safely. But I'm still surprised about the amount of like places indeed that there is for public swimming. Public beaches. Be finding it interesting indeed. It's one kind of a lake that it's actually, I guess, illegal to be swimming in it. It's like too much danger there. Like in the case that if you accidentally would be getting it into your system, you would need to be going into the very nearby hospital. And it's usually very smelly. Like once a year, maybe twice. Because it's so bad. Things are blooming there and stuff like that, and when it's warm, especially when it's starting to be blooming, its smell is awful. There have been for years like things that, you know, something should be done to it, but I guess for whatever reason it hasn't been a priority, even though last year it did hit the case that, you know, you have to be doing something about it soon. Or, you know, you'll be getting in trouble. So, you know, hopefully soon. It would need to be just, you know, cleaned, but of course it's always problems of cleaning. Like lakes and stuff. But, you know, it should be done still. Should be done still. A lot of work, as I said, but overall, for everyone, it's worth it. One thing I would be hoping that they would be inverting, yes, inventing a solution for is how to be making the case that, you know, sewage wouldn't be, you know, smelling the outside. Like, I wish there could be a way to be getting away from it. Because she's really annoying. Thankfully it doesn't happen too often, but still I would be wishing that there would be a way that, you know, they could be handling it, the thing. It rarely happens, you know, at homes. Well, you know, things happen of course, but rarely still. And then be, you know, and, you know, be making the somehow like the outside like sewers to not be smelly to, you know, outside, I suppose. There's like quite a good amount of those, like, all over the place. That, you know, rainwater or whatever my thing is, you know, being water at the moment. This is snow that is melting or what it's... You know, it can be going somewhere. What do you? Would be nice. Because indeed, like, few times a year, especially like when it's a very hot moment and stuff like that, it's so annoying to be try to be going into stores because most of the stores do be specifically like at the door are spelling like indeed sewage. It's like, eh. I mean, as I said, it's not like they can't really do anything about it, I suppose. Like, surely, like, you could be using, like, some sort of chemicals to be getting rid of the smell, but at the same time, you can't really be using them because for someone that can't be handling them, then they can't be coming to the store. Like, there's... I don't know what could really be done to it, but I feel like with all the technology we have now, we could be having something. Or maybe there is and places are just too old in here and they don't have them. I guess that could always be the case. But I doubt it. Because I feel like that would be kind of one of those things that if, like, there would be a solution to that, that it would be implemented into most of the places. Like, it would be a required thing to be doing. Even though I will say that most of the things that are required in here, they're gonna be done at the latest moment possible. Most of the time, but hey, it is there at least. I do be indeed. Oh yeah. There's a lot of things that it would be very nice if there would be solutions for. That's for sure. Then again, there always doesn't need to be solutions for everything. You know, sometimes it really feels like, especially, again, I guess, trashing about, you know, social media and everything, that sometimes it seems like people are creating a problem so they can be having a solution for it. I mean, I guess that's kind of the thing with most of the products anyways, but still. But it's more of like with DIY things. But anyways, it's just, sometimes it feels like there is actually no problem. You just want to be making silly videos, and there's nothing wrong with making silly videos. It's just like, I don't think that they can be called really life hacks sometimes, because they go quite hand in hand with DIY things. Like, I remember that, like, a few years ago, it was, like everywhere, it was, like, meme, like, it did become kind of a meme, because it was, like, life hacks, how to be beating eggs with a, like, hand-powered fan and chopsticks. Because you were too weak to be doing it by hand and fork. Because, you know, egg beating requires so much power. It requires so much power, it's insane. I mean, I will say that, like, I did watch a few of them that, like, someone did react to. And, like, one comment that I kind of agree on is that if you want a bunch of air to your eggs, it's a good solution. But then again, why can't you be beating the eggs with a fork and then also be having a fan pulling there if you want a bunch of air in there? But then again, I don't know, does it actually really work that way, but at least you can be thinking about it, I suppose. To be fair, I don't personally be beating eggs too often. I usually just put them in the pan or, you know, boil them. Or steam them in some cases. Because if you're using the machine, it's technically that we're steaming it because the eggs themselves aren't in the water. It's the steam. But yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. Because I don't make scrambled eggs too often. And also, I don't know really what started it, but we like to be beating our eggs in, like, glasses or, like, something that is, you know, tall instead of very wide. I guess because it's easier to be getting things mixed in there. Like, truly. Especially because if you're gonna be making, like, scrambled eggs, I'm feeling like you're not gonna be using, like, 6 eggs. Most of the time, I feel like you're gonna be using, like, 2 or 3. And then if you're, like, using a very wide bowl, it's it's hard to be getting, like, everything, like, you know, nice and mixed together. Because I feel like if I would be doing it in a bowl, I would need to be like tilted so like everything would be on one side. Kind of a thing. But I, suppose that anything works. Then again, there's quite a good amount of things that I rather be like, when it comes to like baking or cooking, that I rather be doing it in a taller thing than like a wider thing. Like for example, if we're making like a whipped cream for something, like I'd rather be doing it in like a tall thing. It's gonna be going faster, especially because, again, most of the time we're not gonna be doing like a very big patch. Because when it's in a taller thing, like, the machine is gonna be always hitting basically everything. So, it works better. Especially because, like, we have, like, our, like, electrical one is only, like, one thing, and it's not, like, two that are, like, doing the thing, it's only one, so it works. And also it comes with, like, specifically a thing for it as well. It's literally meant for to be using with that device. So, a tall container, which is nice. But anyways, one more encounter to go, then we're gonna be stopping for the ads. Be doing that indeed. Seemingly doing quite a decent amount of progress as well today. Nice. Nice. Someone did get double shinies. Pretty decent. Fire Red Relief grade. Pretty nice. How are you doing, Birds are cool? Hope you're having a good day. Nice. I'm still hoping for the best of luck with the dredgy steel though. Can be tough, can be tough. That's for sure. One day for sure. Apparently it's raining and there is a ho-oh raid happening next to me. Nice. Definitely, you know, appreciating it, right? I mean, at least I suppose it's gonna be quite easy to be taken down because it's raining. There's also a Mega Tyranitar there as well. What you know, luck to be getting Pokemons that are weak to, you know, water, to be having raids when it's raining. Oh boy. And also, it is the case that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl they have passed Soul Silver. It didn't happen as quickly as I thought, but wasn't that far off, I suppose. Do be what it do be, you know. Do be what it do be, indeed. I don't know why, I don't remember, but I'm curious what was my last year's total. Be checking it out real quickly. No, I was only at 21k. To be fair, you know, I was doing only 2 games. Was doing only 2 games indeed. But hey, that's still pretty high. Still pretty high indeed. But yeah, I suppose if I will be going with much more overtime, then I definitely could be going quite a bit amount over that this year. Definitely could. You know what I find quite interesting in stores? Because, you know, we have groceries that we need to be weighing because they only have like how much per kilo in here, but it could technically be to any amount. Like what is, you know, indeed the price per kilo in this case, indeed. I'm just wondering that... Like, how are they, like, actually made, like, functionally inside? Because they look, like, so old, at least in here. Like, they... I mean, they are, like, digital devices. But at the same time, they, like, feel so old. And since technically there is only a few kinds of bags that you're supposed to, at least in here, to be putting your vegetables, whatever things you want in the bags, they like basically weigh nothing, but it's still counted there though. Like it like gets rid of the weight of the bag, which is, as I said, basically nothing. Yeah. They're quite interesting though. I wonder how annoying they are to be like, since, you know, every once in a while, like, some products are available and some are not. I wonder how annoying it is to be, like, programming all of them. Or is there, like, a program that will be doing it for every single one of them? It technically could be that, you know, you just have, like, in a USB or something like that, you have all the data that you want there to be, and then, you know, you just plug it in. Those should be existing, I suppose. There is some newer ones, I will say that much. But the newer ones are usually smaller. And they are usually made for like fresh like breads and those kinds of things. And they have like their own like scale as well. To be having their own scale indeed. And I remember, like, at some point there used to be a scale specifically for indeed the candy that you package yourself. It was like at some point there used to be like a specific scale that you need to be using for it, which was super strange because it did look like any other one, but then again in some stores there is, like in different areas you can be only using scale for those items in that area. It's very rare though, usually basically anywhere you're gonna be using the same scale. Because I know. Because I think there's like almost 200 options on most of the machines anyways, and like no matter how big your store is, there is rarely that amount or more, like indeed options that you would need to be picking in. Or the ones that you need to be like packaging yourself, you know. We usually like to be buying for quite a good amount of the things. Like the ones that you can be choosing which ones you want, because usually the ready-made packages, they are too big for, you know, 2 people. Which is, you know, fair enough. I will say though that one thing I don't really get why it's not pre-weighed is cucumbers. Because they always come in like... They always come in single packages, like you can be buying in here regular cucumbers in more than one. But yeah. I mean, I suppose there's probably something like the producers that are working there would need to be pre-weighing every single one of them, and I guess they can be easily be moved to another one. But still, I will say though that of course like that you are gonna be weighing the produce yourself, it's not the safest thing, you know. It is possible to be getting things cheaper because, you know, there is, I mean, I suppose you can be getting things for more expensive as well if you want to, but some stores in here, very rarely though, but some stores I know that they are like, especially when it comes down to the fresh like breads and whatnots, they are like asking how many did you buy, because they are counted by the piece amount, because they are usually the same-ish weight, every single one of them. And some places like they do be like on the cash register, they are gonna be weighing things, and then like that's like a for sure method of, you know, not it'll be like be sure that the weight is, you know, correct. What are you? It's still pretty cool though. I have found it always kind of cool though that you can be like picking your own ones that, you know, the ones that you like, and you can be weighing them yourself. Even though it's like nothing too special, but it's still like quite nice to be liking it indeed. What do you? I will say that one thing I do be finding quite interesting though in here, since, you know, you can be weighing your own produce if it's that kind of product, that I find it quite interesting that indeed you can be like having a product that is, it says that it's about this and this size, like let's say 500 kilo, not 500 kilograms, jeez, 500 grams. And then there can be variation with like 200 plus 200 minus, you know? And then you need to be weighing them, and then they have like their, like, the prices, like, still like in kilograms though, even though it's about like a certain amount. And you know, still need to be weighing it and everything. But then again, some of those products that are having like it's gonna be costing a certain amount for kilo. Some of them are like already pre-weighed, but it's usually something like fish, certain meats, which, you know, makes sense. Because they already, like, they are gonna be in a certain size, but they still have, like, they are still, like, gonna be different prices because the weight might be varying quite a bit. Also with cheese, it's the case as well. It's the case with cheese as well, if it's like the special kind indeed. But yeah, it's nice though. Because I like the thing indeed that you can be getting things in different sizes. Because as I said, you know, with two and only two people, it's hard to sometimes be finding, you know, good size things, whatever my thing it is. Because usually it's too big. It's usually too much. What are you? It would be nice though, to be nice indeed. Because it wasn't the case like when I have been, you know, in grocery stores, but I remember that my parents used to complain about it, that like when I was a kid, that there is only certain sizes for things and they were like too little. But buying two of the same thing would be too much. But thankfully there is variety now. Like it. The bits indeed. Because I feel like also that, like, since there is a bunch of different sizes for things, it was indeed the case that, or it is indeed the case that there's gonna be less food waste, which is always good. Because I think, like, it was ground beef, if I remember correctly, that back in the day there used to be only 400 grams and 600 grams in stores. And you know, for at the time 6 people, 600 grams is a little too little, considering that there is a 2 or 3 growing kids that, you know, like to eat. But then, you know, at the same time, if you would be buying 2, it would be too much. Nowadays there is 600, 400, 600, 700, I think even a kilo one. There's also, I think, either a 200 or 300 gram one as well. So there's a lot of options, which is very good. So you know, you like another thing that I have absolutely like noticed that is a lot nicer nowadays is that there is actually options for people that, you know, live alone, that they don't have to be eating the same food more than once. Like you can be buying indeed one meal thing if you want to, which is very nice. Of course, if you actually care about money, it's always cheaper to be making a large batch, put it to the freezer and eat it over the next week. I will say though, we used to do that a lot because we did then, you know, buy too much food, like when I was a kid, and then we did put it usually into the fridge, maybe freezer sometimes. I can eat the same food if it's not like a special kind of food. I can only like eat it 2 times a week. 3 times is like an absolute max. But after that I just get bored of it. Like the only kinds of foods that I'm willing to be eating for like a week straight is Christmas foods, but then again it's only 1 time a year. most other like celebration meals, they're only gonna be lasting that one evening, maybe to the next morning. But yeah, I know that a lot of people do be doing like let's say like a lasagna for like a very big batch, and then they eat it like at work for the next week, which is smart because then, you know, it removes the fact that you need to be making food every day. You just need to be preheating because most of the workplaces in here will be having a microwave, because why not, honestly. Because you can be getting quite cheap microwaves. And you know, if you're just like warming up meals, it doesn't need to be super fancy. Honestly, I will say, even though to be liking fancy microwaves that, you know, can be defrosting your food and everything, but at the same time, we haven't used our features too much. One thing that we do be using quite often is, like, we have literally a mode that you can be either softening or melting, also, like chocolate and butter. And those are very nice because both of them are kind of annoying. Because for butter, you either need to be just having it on the counter for like hours in order for it to be softening, or you can be putting it in the microwave and, you know, do that. Same with chocolate, that usually, like, when you put it in the microwave, it's like gonna be too much. You need to be stirring it like all the time. But like the other option is that you'll be putting it into double boiler or whatever they are called. You know, having a pot filled with boiling water, then put a whatever thing on top where you have your chocolate in. It's not that bad, it's okay. But also the problem with that is that you kind of need a big patch as well. Because from our experience, at least, it doesn't really work with small amounts, so having a microwave that can be doing that is nice, and it's so nice. And also the thing is that we don't really have good ways to be getting indeed chocolate melted with, you know, water boiling thing indeed. We don't really have, you know, things that can be surviving it, because the only things that can survive it without like risking it at all are metal. We have some like plasticky ones that can be getting the thing done, but it's a little bit risky, of course. And to be fair, they are actually meant that you can be putting them into the microwave, you can be putting them with quite a good amount of heat. But still. But yeah, it do be what it do be. But yeah, as I said, you don't really need a fancy microwave. As I said, we don't really use them too often, like, ourselves. I don't even remember have we ever used a defrost feature. Probably we have. But it's just like, in so many situations, like, if something is from the... if something is from the freezer, it's supposed to be going straight from the freezer to the... whatever you're cooking in. Is it the oven? Is it, you know, a pan? It doesn't matter. What are you? And the few times that it's like not the situation, most of the time we are gonna be remembering to be putting it to like defrost in like sometimes even a day or two advance, depending really what it is. Or it's anyways a thing that you can't be just fitting into a microwave anyway, or it is in like microwave safe. So yeah. Microwaves, they do be very nice. Oh yeah, in an hour there is nighttime encounters. I'm like thinking why is so silver so dark? It's not nighttime yet, but it is indeed in an hour or so. Fair enough. Also, I will be saying that I'm gonna be glad when I will be switching, you know, my 3DS back to being, you know, in normal hours. Because he's having it 2 hours forwards, indeed. I'll be glad when I can indeed be putting it back. But yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. But at the end of the day, remember progress to be progress. Speaking of that, I'm gonna be checking out Pokemon Go again. Is it time already that I can be sending Pokemons to home? It's kind of a bad thing because I don't have anything that I can be sending to home. No, it still says 1. I'll quickly restart the game though if it's gonna be in a different mind of things. Shocked that there hasn't been like any new spawns in the last like 2 hours. Because I did accidentally release the Pokemons that I was supposed to be, you know, transferring in into home. What happens? This is suppose like one Oshawott that I could be transferring in, but I don't like to be transferring, you know, extra small, extra large Pokemons. I like to be having them, you know. Pokemon Go. Here we go, finally. Encounters. Guess I'm gonna be sending probably one of the Gen 9 starters then, because there's a special hats on the other dudes. And last time that I checked, you can be transferring them, which is still absolutely stupid, but anyways. Because sometimes during events they are kind of the only thing that you can be finding, so it can be very hard. Be checking the special ones though, would be nice to be getting them. Shiny, I think this is the first Bulbasaur that I've been seeing this entire event, by the way. Been seeing a bunch of them, you know, like in the nearby thing. But actually like seeing one. Also, I haven't gotten a single Grimer, which is kind of insane. Like, they are absolutely everywhere, but I somehow haven't gotten a single one. Like, sometimes my nearby thing is absolutely filled to the brim with them. Because, you know, it, of course, it, like, prefers the ones that, you know, you haven't caught yet. But I will say that I would be appreciating if I wouldn't be getting this many starters. I hate when you only get like starters. And I feel like it wasn't too long time ago that we did have like Paldean starters absolutely everywhere as well. Like maybe it has been 3 months, but not that long time ago. And I feel like Paldean starters are anyways like, I don't know, weirdly common. Like, apart from the Kanto starters, they are one of the most common starters that I at least see. I find it kind of stupid, but to be what it do be, I suppose. Is it time yet that I can be transferring things? No. It's gonna be in the next hour. Anyways. Like it has to be, if like it's gonna be still like a 1-day thing. Really want to be opening that box. I want my meltdowns. Imagine if Metal would be getting a Mega in Legends ZA, but the only way to be getting it is to be transferring one from Pokemon Go. Like with Sword and Shield, and it's like in its Gigantamax form. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be too surprised. I would be disappointed. Also, I don't know which of my encounters is incorrect. I'm quite certain that it's that one. Oh boy, maybe though, maybe. Hurry up. I can't believe it that we are almost at 25k. Nice, I suppose. Definitely not saying no, but still. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive indeed. Yeah, again, today is apparently one of those days that I'm absolutely flying with the encounters. Always happy to see those days. If like this pace keeps up, then you know I could technically be hitting 27k today if it's necessary. And again, it wouldn't be even that like much over or like the 3 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing, like, in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna be doing all of a sudden 2,000 encounters. Yes. I don't even know what kind of speed up programs that would be needing. Definitely be requiring something, that's for sure. You know, not your usual one indeed. Check out then. No Pokerus. Also, one thing that I am quite glad about old Pokemon games is that I haven't encountered a game that has been crashing. I'm very glad about that. Like, I don't even remember when my Soul Silver has crashed. Has it ever? Because funnily enough, I think all of my Switch games have been crashing more than any other ones. Yeah. I don't know. Like, there is like certain ways that you can be making the game crash. Like in old Pokemon games, there is, or old games in general, I suppose, there is like ways that you can be like forcing them to be crashing. I don't know why you would, but there is ways, I suppose. You know, gotta love Spaghetti Godo always. Never can there ever be enough of that. It's still kind of crazy to me how you're gonna be seeing like a difference between Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Because they have ever so slightly, they have different like colors. It's most noticeable, if you ask me, on Starly. I don't know why there is one, but there is. You can also see it, like, if you're, like, booting up the games as well, like, in the title, like, when, not on the title screen, but when the little movies are playing as well. Because I know that it's not in the matter of that fact that I have two different capture cards for things, it is the games. It's kind of strange, in a way. Because whenever like there is two Starlies indeed at the same time, there is one that is in Brilliant Diamond, there like it seems like it's more brown than the one in Shining Pearl. That's probably why I have been triggered by it much more. Because it just looks so much more brown. But like, it doesn't definitely need to be existing, but it's interesting that it does. But then again, I don't know, I would kind of be wishing that more Pokemon games would be doing that. Like, not drastically, like, have different looking colors in, like, between the two versions, but a little bit wouldn't be hurting. Yeah, we're gonna be having a break soon indeed. Breaks are as usual good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat, take a break, any shape or form indeed. Taking breaks is good every once in a while indeed. It's quite funny though that I'm so used to the sunset time in, you know, BTSB that I'm not gonna be getting tricked by Starly like at all. Because I remember when I was, you know, hunting for people, I was like, I used to be getting tricked by it so much, especially like when it's just hit the sunset time. I'm like, is that one? But it most of the time wasn't. It was only once actually shiny. It's only once like that indeed. I might be going to inverted soon as well. Maybe. I was thinking maybe after this sad break I could be going to inverted for a little while. Or something like that. We'll see, we'll see. I could be also forgetting and I'm not gonna be switching to that, but that also, it's not the end of the world by any means. You know, if I want to I can. It's always an option. Always an option indeed. And as I said, also I could technically go to grayscale, but don't know if I want to per se. We'll see, we'll see. As I said jokingly, when I hit 20k without finding anything in Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl, then I might. Before I find a shiny, I'll be putting, you know, Brilliant Diamond to grayscale. Be in grayscale for the next 20 years. Gonna do a few more encounters. Then we're gonna be having the break indeed. Well, leaving at these encounters for now. About 3 minutes indeed, as usual. As usual indeed. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back indeed. I have failed only the Magmar. Everything else I've been able to capture. Also pretty good. Pretty good with the amount that I've been able to capture. Definitely better than last year. Last year I was only able to catch the first and the last one. Everything else was fleeing. It was only, you know, 5 Pokemon, but still. 3 flat shoe caught. But yeah, happens. Happens indeed. Yeah, you were saying that you might be going for Giratina indeed. Even though it's not too annoying, especially knowing how the... Even it's not that bad to be getting to Giratina once you know how it works, but at the same time it is kind of interesting puzzle as well. Would be indeed be getting Giratina and EEST. Some other games as well. And Giratina is a pretty nice shiny. Pretty cool Pokemon as well. And I'm kind of sad that, you know, Distortion World, it didn't really come back. I understand that there was certain issues with it, but still. Would be cool to be seeing it again though. Skoruby do be a very nice Pokemon. I don't want to ever be seeing scorpions in real life if they are not in zoos though, but it'd be cool. You little fella, even though compared to an actual scorpion it's quite a big. Drapion is... I will say Drapion less and shiny and non-shiny, it's always a little disappointing. Because I don't fully understand why it needs to be a dark type and like get rid of the bug type. I think it should have been staying as a bug type. Or get rid of poison and making poison dark. Like, it could be like... Yeah, because like a bunch of people complained that there's absolutely no reason why it needs to be having the dark typing, because... I mean, surely it is like a mean looking dude, but so is so many other Pokemons to be fair. And they are not always dark types. Because at least they somewhat feel like it should be a bug type, because a bug type Elite Four member uses Drapion. Hello, Riverstone, how are you doing? It makes sense because it was it already, so as I said, it didn't need to really change it. It's good to hear that you're doing good. Yeah, good luck with the Registeel indeed. Hopefully you could be getting it a little bit faster than your dialogue. Hopefully. Yeah, I suppose. Depending on what game you're doing it in, if you're doing it in Let's Go, then it's stupid. I hate that you need to be choosing which controller you need to be using every single time. This just doesn't make any sense. But anyways. I don't mind doing Let's Go hunts every once in a while. I don't do them too often, but they're not that bad. They're definitely not the worst hunts that you could ever be doing, to be fair. There isn't thankfully too many legendaries that are shiny locked. Because I think in all the Switch games, the only ones that are shiny locked are the ones that you can be only fighting currently on the Switch. Yeah. I guess there's also one extra one that is shiny locked, and it's Enormous or whoever is the pink genie. But that's basically all the ones that are locked currently. Are the ones that are only exclusives on Switch games. I guess there's also Cosmo and Cosmo M, I suppose. Like weird ones. I do forget that are legendaries. And weird that they can't be shiny. Yeah, Dynamax Adventures, I did get shinies to all the fully evolved Gen 7 legendaries plus Psycard. Oh yeah, quite a good amount of them are available as shinies. Which is nice. Yeah. There isn't too many legendaries that are shiny locked indeed. Across all the games. There's quite a good amount of mythicals that are. There isn't that many, but there still is quite a good amount of them. They are shiny locked, but mythicals are a strange thing anyways, because mostly you just get them as gifts. Probably the strangest one that I don't understand why you can be hunting is Keldeo. Because all the other Sword of Justice members you can be hunting through the... like, can be hunting in quite a good amount of games anyways, but in Sword and Shield as well. So, why Keldeo? I understand that it's a mythical, but still... It just feels odd. Yeah, I know the list. It's basically every single legendary can be found in Dynamax Adventures. I mean, to be fair, it has always been the case that the legendaries are split between the games apart from Scarlet and Violet. So... like, up until Scarlet and Violet, it was the case indeed that it was split between games. In the new main series game for a generation. And then again, it's not that hard to manage them anyways, the version exclusive ones anyways. You can quite easily be getting them. I mean, I will say that if you can be getting... If you can be getting those as the... You can join someone that are doing them though. You can then be saving the path. That's how quite a good amount of people are doing it. Yeah? I have Eveltal and I only have been playing through Sword. Why couldn't you? I mean, of course, most likely you will be needing Nintendo Online for it, but you can join other ones that are doing them. And there is... It's technically also the way that if you are leading with a legendary, then the dude that gives you paths for legendaries, it's gonna be giving you paths for that Pokemon. Which is kind of stupid, but it's a possibility to be getting more of them easily. For example, there is the case that someone did get a Tapu Bulu, they were leading the party with Tapu Bulu, and the only things that they did get recommended was Tapu Bulu because it was the first member of the party. But yeah, it is indeed completely possible to be joining someone else's game to be getting the Pokemons, which is very nice. Then of course you're gonna be doing the same thing, then you know, you save the path and you know, do that on your own if you want to. Yeah, I have both Sword and Shield. But mainly hunt in Sword, especially in Dynamax Adventures. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm right now doing Zygarde in there. Be getting that trio done. It's my current target, then moving into maybe Solgaleo next. It's gonna be some of the Gen 7 ones anyways. But just in case when you start to be doing the Dynamax adventures, remember if you want to be shiny hunting the legendary, don't select it if it's not shiny, because you can only be getting one legendary from Dynamax adventures per game. Or per save file, but same thing. It's a different game if you start with another account. The thing that people have been making mistakes for. It's very unfortunate when you would like to be hunting for one and do that. But yeah. It would be quite stupid if you couldn't be doing that, to be fair. Sword and Shield are nice in that even though there is version exclusive legendaries, you can actually be getting them in both games though. Unlike in pretty much any other game. There's very few exceptions to that rule, you know, Legends Arceus because it's only one game, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee because the Gen 1 legendaries were never version exclusive to begin with. And pretty much any game that, you know, is having every single other legendary in every other game, or mostly, they are indeed gonna be split between the versions. I hope they... I don't know, I kind of hope that they would be doing the same thing that they did do in Scarlet and Violet, that make them that there is no version exclusives. I'm pretty sure. But, you know, make fewer of them to be possible. I'm trying to think, is there any version exclusives? Apart from, you know, the box art. But that's... oh yes, it's always like that anyways. I'm pretty sure there isn't. The only one that I can kind of think that would be version exclusive weirdly is the rights for Calyrex, but I'm pretty sure they aren't either. Also, you know what could be a kind of cool way to be getting rest of the legendaries to Scarlet and Violet? That you can be obtaining it only through that game, you don't need to be transferring. Is if they would be making them like 7-star or like the raid events anyways. Honestly, that's quite a good idea. Why haven't they done that actually? I mean, in my opinion, it would be kind of cooler than starters. They have done like few legendary raid dens in Scarlet and Violet. Honestly, why not more? Yeah, why couldn't that actually be the way that you get the rest of the legendaries? Oh no. No. That could definitely be a way that they could be added there. I could kind of see weirdly that they would be doing it for Gen 6 legendaries. Like when like Legend CA is gonna be like ouch about. I could see that. I could see them doing that. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. That could be actually a good way to be getting them. Actually, like, why not? Because people are complaining that not every single legendary is available there. I don't personally mind it because you can transfer them for other games, you know. I mean, to be fair, people are more upset that you can be shiny hunting them, which I'm also like, I don't really care because I can be transferring them from other games. And I will also say still that I don't know what methods would have been even used for the legendary hunting in Scarlet and Violet, because both picnic resets or soft resetting, they don't sound too much fun to me. They just don't sound too much fun to me. And also I'm a little disappointed as well about one thing, is that why are the legendaries, the extra legendaries, why are they only available in the base game of Scarlet and Violet? Like, I just feel like it's a missed opportunity. Like, why couldn't there be, like, in Kitakami? Blueberry Academy, I can kind of, like, understand that, you know, it's a closed location, so how could they technically be there? I can see, like they are not gonna be there, but then again, why not? Also, now that I'm thinking about it, all the legendaries that you can catch in Legends Arceus, they are not available in Scarlet and Violet, right? In, like, through the tree thing. Because there is no Dialga Giratina. There's none of the Reggies. There's no Heatran. There's no Cresselia. So could it be that the rest of the remaining legendaries that are not in Scarlet and Violet are gonna be then in Legend CA? It's a little bit of a stretch considering the fact that there is all the Chapus that you can be getting there. You can transfer, but you can be getting there. And you know, it's the, you know, Gen 6 that is missing. Indeed, Tapus are missing there as an example. I'm kind of counting the Sword of Justice and the Legendary Beast because they have the Paradox forms, but they could technically be, I guess. But also, I don't think that there's gonna be that many legendaries in Legend CA because there wasn't that many legendaries in Legends Arceus either. Huh. But it could be that though. Could be. I mean, Mewtwo makes sense if it would be available in Kalos. It could be kind of like a Heatran. You know, a standalone Pokemon. Or legendary. Yeah. Because that would be kind of a smart thing from them to be doing, that, you know, it kind of gives you clues what Pokemon's, at least legendary-wise, could be in Legend CA. Could be. Of course, don't know for sure, but definitely could be. But yeah, the Tapus are probably one of the only ones that I'm a little bit of doubtful for. But then again, was the Buff Cloud dudes a little stretch in Legends Arceus? Yes. So I could be seeing like that. Because most of the other legendaries, you know, they make sense that they would be there. You know. Let me pull up the list of the legendaries again. Check out like which ones are. I don't know if I remember every single one of them, but I should be remembering most of them anyways. Is this not a list of them? It is the list of them. Jeez, it's not loading the pictures. Please. I really want the pictures because I don't want to be reading the titles. It says which legendaries they're like discussing about. Because the legendary birds, they are indeed available in Scarlet and Violet. Mewtwo isn't. As I said, Mewtwo makes sense that it's gonna be in Legends CA though, because there was a Mewtwo in that game as well. And also it's one of the few legendary / mythicals that did get, you know, Mega as well. So, probably gonna be there. I go into Suicune legendary beasts. As I said, I'm kind of counting that they are in Scarlet and Violet because they did have the Paradox Pokemons. Or Paradox forms. So they kind of, you know, are there. Tower 2 aka Lugia and Ho-Oh, they are also there. It's a good thing that sometimes I can be remembering only one of them to be in the game, and then I'm like, where is the other one? But then again, like, as I said, I'm pretty sure there is no Western exclusives there. Reggies, the original Reggies, they were in Legends Arceus, but it makes sense because Reggie Gigas is from Shino and, you know, kind of creator of them and everything. Also, it still begs the question, how did Reggie Lucky and Reggie Drago be a thing? But anyways. Begs the question. Latios and Latios, they were in Scarlet and Violet as well. But I could also send them to be in Legends CA as well, because Megas. I'm not overly confident with it, because it's maybe a little bit more to the side of Auras more, but doesn't make it impossible, to be fair. It's just, I would find it a little unlikely. Your Crowd and Rayquaza. Pretty sure all of them are in there as well. In Scarlet and Violet. Again, I'm not just getting the thing of the place where you'd be finding Rayquaza. I'm gonna double check. It's the only one that I'm thinking like where it is. So, like surely it would be because they are like including all of the trios anyways. Yeah, it is indeed. Now I remember where it is anyways. Just need to be checking out like where it is located in there. You see Mespik and myself, you know, definitely in Shino, aka Legends Arceus. Very much tied to the region. Dialga, Palkia, Kirachino, definitely there, you know. As well in Legends Arceus. Quite fittingly indeed. As well. And there's Cresselia and Heatran as well in Legends Arceus. I'm gonna double check that, you know, Heatran is not actually in Scarlet and Violet. And same with Cresselia, those are like one of the two that I'm not completely sure about. It just might be that I'm overlooking it because it just seems like it's indeed the case that the legendaries that are available in Scarlet and Violet are not available in either Legends Arceus or potentially in Legends CA. That's the thing for Cresselia and Heatran though, as well. Again, the Sword of Justice, they did indeed have the Paradox form, so I'm counting that they were in Scarlet and Violet. The buff cloud dudes plus the other one, they were definitely in Legends Arceus for sure. And I'm gonna be checking only one of them that I'm pretty sure that they are transfer only. Yes, they do be. Because it's gonna be the case for every single one of them. Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem, they are also only available in Scarlet and Violet. But yeah, of course then we go to the Aura Trio, Zygarde, Yveltal, and Xerneas. They're definitely gonna be in Legends ZA, because if they are not, what's going on? Typhlosion and Silvally. Don't know about those two. Don't know about those two, how they would be handling things, you know. Because you can't be getting them in Scarlet and Violet like at all. Like you can't even be transferring them. So it could be the case that they could be in Legends CA. I could see that coming. Because, you know, it's a... like, you're building the place, there is probably, you know, technology involved and stuff like that. So I could see them to be there, but the thing is that they are, like, not even, like, transferable, so... they could be also one of the ones that are rarely available in games. Could be. Then there is a Tapus indeed. As I said, in my opinion, it would be kind of a stretch to be having them in Legends CA. But then again, I also said that the legendary buff dudes were a bit of a stretch, but there still was. I'm curious, can you even... like, I know that you can be getting, you know... you can be getting the... Solgaleo and Lunala, but can you be getting... I'm gonna just be checking out. Can you be getting, like... the Prevos? Yes, you can. I guess it could have been a weird situation that you just for some reason can't be getting the previews. Don't remember where... yeah, you can. I was like, I remember, like, again, that you can be getting Solgaleo and Lunala. I was just not remembering that you can be getting Negrosma. Yeah, you can. You can indeed. I will say that I doubt that Galarian birds will never be in games, but could be, I suppose. Galar is like somewhat close to Kalos, so they could technically be there. But I find it more interesting that there's honestly quite a good amount of actually Gen 8 legendaries that could be quite fitting for the for like Legend CA based, because it's, you know, based on France and everything. And it's Sashin and Samazenta. Cause I don't know, you know, Sword and the Shielded could be, again, like, I guess every single Galar one could be making sense in there because they're so close. But Eternities doesn't make too much sense. Could it be there? Yes, it could be because of the ultimate weapon. It could be, you know, there. But doubt it. Doubt it indeed. Kafur, Sephorian, Scarlet and Violet. I could be seeing the other two Regis to be in Legend CA. Again, with like, it's more of a modern vibe that we're getting it from it. So I could see them. Little bit doubtful, but could see them indeed. And then there's the interesting things of Calyrex, Glacier, and Spectre. Is that the horses are available in Scarlet and Violet, but Calyrex isn't. But Calyrex again would be making kind of sense. So I could see them. Some people have been saying that there would be quite a good amount of sense for them to be there anyways. So I could definitely see them be having Calyrex there, and although also the Steeds and maybe more even. But yeah. I doubt a little bit that any of the Gen 9 ones would be in Legend CA, and technically they are all available in Scarlet and Violet. But there's interesting ones for sure. There could be something going on. I'm just like kind of surprised that Type Null and Silvally, I'm assuming it was Silvally as well because it's only looking at Type Null, that you can't even transfer them into Scarlet and Violet. It just kind of seems odd. But then again, are they odd Pokemons also? Yes. They definitely are. Interesting though. There could be indeed something going on with the selected Pokemons in Scarlet and Violet that, you know, the extra legendaries in quotes. Like what are gonna be available in Legend CA then. Could be, could be. Who is saying no, you know? I've been able to see, by the way, quite a good amount of the night chime encounters. Buffet has been a little shy for sure, but apart from that, we have been able to see quite a good amount of them, which is nice. Very nice indeed. Yep, anyways, we're gonna be having soon-ish break indeed. As usual, about 3 minutes or so. It's gonna be the time off indeed for me as well from hunting. Would be suggesting to be hydrating as well if you haven't done that too recently. Would be suggesting that indeed. Pretty good day today though. Pretty good day today indeed for the encounters. I'm kind of curious how much I've been able to get done today, because I feel like I have kind of soonish done 1,000 encounters already in, you know, so silver. Also, I'm gonna be double checking that the encounters are correct and everything as well while we're there. Because I have a little bit of a feeling that they are not. Just ever so slightly. And to be fair, I could be doing the thing that I think would be fixing them, which is that. But I'm gonna be double checking anyways. Just in case. But seems like good amount of progress, because if I can, you know, rate correctly, it seems like I'm like over 200 over the amount that I'm in quotes should be, or I should be at this point, so that's pretty good. Double 1%. Nice. Let's go. Gotta love it. Gotta love it to the bits. Gotta love it to the bits indeed. leave it there for now. Also open up the Melton box of the day as well. Since I just hit the thing not too long time ago, it seems like. Nice. Let's check out indeed. That are the encounters correct? They should be. Actually, they're not. Oh, they are. There we go. Was only one press away, though it's not that bad. Not that bad at all. I'm not actually, I'm just barely hitting the thing. I forgot that what number I left on last time, but still pretty good indeed. Let's continue hunting indeed. I did indeed be opening the Melton box as well, since you know it's available for me right now. Still would be recommending if you do be playing Pokemon Go, be getting Melton box activated until I think it's the 3rd when the event is going off for the birthday for Pokemon Go, or anniversary I suppose would be a little bit more correct term to be using for a game. Since it do be one of the only times that Melton is available as a shiny. I do be hating though that, you know, of course people are talking about it since it has been active for a few days. Now only people are talking about it a lot more, which I'm frustrated about. Usually people are talking about it a little bit sooner. But yeah, I hate that they are saying that it's rarely coming as a shiny Melton. It is true, but at the same time, it seems like it's always like once a year or so. Like it's like it is rare, but at the same time, it's not that rare. And also, like, I wouldn't just say that Melton is the rarest every once in a while available shiny in Pokemon Go. I think that title still goes, in my opinion, to Smeargle. Because for Melton, you can be doing it for an hour, you get about 60. And the chance is apparently 1 in 64, so basically you're hitting the odds in one box, so technically it's reasonably to be thinking that you'll be getting 1 per box. But you know, odds are odds. But for Smeargle, I think the odds are better. But the problem is that you can only be getting so few Smeargle checks when it's available. Because you need to be taking snapshots of things. And they are like locked for a certain amount in day. Also, there's apparently a Meltan thing going on in Pokestops. Cool. Gonna put my biggest one. I'm gonna be in the lead by like 400 points. Because I have an XXL Meltan. What are you? Melton. It do be a rare shiny, but in Pokemon Go it's, in my opinion, not the rarest. I'm not gonna be talking about like the costume ones, because they can be ridiculously rare for sure. But you know, from like regular just shinies, I think Smeargle is the rarest. There's some other ones that are rare, I suppose, because I think Kecleon is one of the other ones that is kind of rare as well, because hard to be getting it to show up, but still could be worse, I suppose. But I suppose that Melton is the one that people are talking about because, you know, only available in Pokemon Go. Fair enough. But still, you know. There we go. Did an encounter there? Even though I did stop a little bit earlier. So one of the weird thing I will say that I have noticed that they have changed the changed it a little bit about at least this background in Pokemon Go that I'm having, because when I did get my shiny Melton on Saturday, it was like literally hiding behind the flower. And now the flower is not there. I wonder why. I mean, it makes sense that they did get rid of it because the flower was literally in the middle of the screen. So, you know, if it would be a small Pokemon, it would be hard to be seeing. So, fair enough. I just find it a little silly that they did do that. Like, why haven't they thought about it before? Kind of situation. But also, I don't think that that's a really solid reason, because you can clearly be seeing, first of all, is the Pokemon shiny in Pokemon Go, because it has the little star symbol. But also because when you're throwing a Pokeball, you can be seeing where the circle is. So, I mean, I get it that, you know, it is good that they did get rid of it. But it also was a quite a hilarious picture, so dude is just behind the flower. You to be behind the flower, indeed. I will say though, I find it odd when it's steel types like Weather Boost. Because steel types Weather Boost, it's when it's, you know, snowing. I just find it very odd. Why it's like we getting that then? But yeah, I just don't understand why it's indeed. I mean, I get it that it still doesn't really fit to anywhere, to be fair. It's like sometimes that you're like rarely gonna be getting them as like weather boosted Pokemons. It's like Steel, Dragon because it's stupid rare. Most of the time anyways. But yeah. Because I don't know, my logic brain wants to be saying that it doesn't make the most amount of sense that steel types would be too much into, you know, cold weather, because I'm thinking steel types, they are some sort of machines. And most of the machines don't really work too well when it's too cold. So, but I mean, they need to be putting it to something, I suppose. I don't really know what would have been more fitting. But then again, it's not like it's too fitting anyways right now. But Every type needs to be having at least one weather that they are weather boosted, right? So fair enough. I think I have seen maybe once or twice a weather boosted steel type. Like if it's pure steel type. I've been seeing steel types that are weather boosted that have a secondary typing that, you know, is boosted at a time. What do you? Do be what it do be, indeed. I was thinking that I will be switching to actually like inverted when I hit 6k on EDSP. I was thinking that. I was supposed to be turning it on like hour or so ago, but it's fine. I think that will be the point indeed. Will be the point that I'm gonna be doing then. Indeed. Stop up of it again. Trying to be the Quagsire. Here it is, indeed. I've been talking about quite a good amount of Legends EA today. But how cool it would be that we could be seeing how Mugirna was built. I think that could be kind of cool. Would it be odd? Yes, but I don't know. I think it could be kind of cool. Or what if we're the one that... What if we're the one that is building it? Or we are the one that is building it. I don't know. Could be. Could be indeed. That could be kind of cool, to be fair. Like, how cool it would be that if you could be making like a custom Magirna. But I will say that if we're gonna be making a custom Magirna, it's like going to be so locked into only that game, and that's gonna be kind of sad. But I mean, it would be kind of cool though. And I guess it's one of the only like man-made Pokemons that kind of makes sense for you as a player to be able to make as well. Because something like Type Null, it doesn't make the most amount of sense that you could be building it. Same with Mewtwo. But Magirna I could be seeing. Like, let's say that as a kid you like to be playing around with the Klinklangs and accidentally discover something, you know, something like that. Or Gears anyways. I also really hope that Diancie will be playing a big part on Legends EA as well. I really hope that indeed. As I said, we don't really have too many mythical slash legendaries that do be having mega forms, so would be cool if they will be there as well. At least most of them. There's a few other things that I would kind of be wishing out that could be more or less things. In Pokemon games. You know, in Pokemon Go, you can every once in a while be getting the research missions that it doesn't fully say, like, what you need to be doing. It's kind of like the unknown puzzles, I suppose, to an extent. Like, what if you would be having, like, half translated unknown thing and you would need to be figuring out rest of it? Potential? I think so. Building your own Magirna. It kind of wants me that Melton would be available in there, but I doubt it, of course. Melton is still, like, I never will be stop talking about. I really hope that Melton could be available in any of the main series games. Even though I know that it's most likely always gonna be only in Pokemon Go. It was, you know, kind of introduced there, stuff along those lines, so fair enough, I suppose. It's just a little unfortunate, if you ask me. Unfortunate indeed. I would at least like to be getting like good amount of references to it, you know. I say sometimes quite a good amount of references to random Pokemons. Maybe in the Makirna building room there could be a picture of a Meltan. The only problem I will say that I have with Magirna is that I just don't like how lifeless it looks. It's for me one of the only Pokemons that actually do be looking like it's lifeless. Like, I know that some say that most of the inanimated Pokemons or Pokemons that are based on inanimate objects, they look like they are lifeless. But for me, Magirna is like one of the only ones. Like, that's kind of one of the reasons, like, for example, why some people don't really like Staryu and Starmie is that they don't have eyes. Which is, you know, fair enough. I don't think that it's a necessarily good reason to be disliking a Pokemon, but I mean, reason nonetheless, I suppose. It's like, it's making you harder to be getting attached to a Pokemon, I suppose, if you can't be telling how it's feeling. What are you? I still be thinking that Magirna is a cool Pokemon though, even though I have never used one in battle. I've never seen it in battle. I don't think. I have not seen, you know, in the anime anything about it. But it seems cool though. even though I know that its story is pretty well, like, explained in places, but I still, at the same time, kind of think that, like, there's something missing. I don't know what is it, really. It just seems like there's something still missing. But then again, that's, I guess, a good way to be hoping that it gets something in Legends CA. Same way that people want that Sideguard would be getting something more explained there. Then again, who doesn't like to be knowing why certain Pokemon are a certain way? Because it's not like Pokemon is keeping too many Pokemons in quotes as a secret anyways. Like, they are very well telling their backstories and everything. I know I'm bringing Meltan a lot, but it's one of the only ones, I suppose. But it still, you know, has something. It still has, like, something. But, as I said, there isn't really too many Pokemon that there isn't too much info about. Even the ones that are, like, newly introduced. Yeah, also still, you know, there and explained why they are the way that they are. Because it's understandable that in some games there is a bunch of characters that are never explained. But in Pokemons are usually quite well explained. There might be some human characters that aren't too well explained that people would really liking to know more about, but then again, Pokemon and its human characters are a little bit strange because some of them are more important to the story than others. It's just a case. Like, Legends Arceus is quite a good example. There isn't too many characters there, but some are definitely more important than others. Some might be only important for one thing, really. I don't remember the dude's name, but whoever is the dude for the not Voltor, but Electrode. Like, what does the dude do apart from being annoying? Really? Like, after, like, the Electrode episode of the of Legends Arceus is over, the dude is, like, almost never mentioned anywhere. Surely there is few cases, but not that many. I guess that's one of the only, that's one of the good examples of how some human characters aren't explained a lot. But it doesn't necessarily need that as well, if you ask me. I will say that most of the, like, whoever is responsible of the noble Pokemon of that place, they are not super important. I feel Like, I feel like it's Sabi in the last area in Legends Arceus said who, like, makes you go from place A to place B. I feel like she's, like, more important as a character than whoever is, like, more or less responsible for the noble Pokemon. Like, I just honestly feel like that. At least I will say that it's more memorable for me. Because it has a very fair fight that you need to be doing, first of all, and then there is the fact that, you know, it's the last area. Last areas are easy to be forgetting, unfortunately. Even though it's not the last area that we're gonna be in the game, but it's the last, like, new area. I always hate when, like, the last area of the game is very forgettable, though. I kind of don't understand how can it sometimes be like that, even. Like, how can you be making the last area of the game not to be memorable? Unless, like, unlockable area, I suppose, in this case, still. It could have been something. That's for sure. What do you? It do be what it do be, though. Then again, what game doesn't have an area that people would be wish that it would be explored more? I feel like almost any game will be having that kind of location. I mean, it's logical because we as humans are curious kind, but still. It's especially apparent in the games where you can be going back to places that you previously explored. Thankfully there isn't like that many of those games, especially nowadays. But yeah, there has been definitely a few cases for me that I would have been wishing that I could be in either returning to a location or play more in certain locations. Because, you know, you just have the feeling that there definitely could be more in there. And it's especially disappointing when you know that it's like a one-time game. Not gonna be getting any sequels ever. What are you? Doobie, what a doobie, I suppose. I always, by the way, have found, even though I absolutely love them at the same time, but I also find, like, challenges that are specifically titled that can you do this X thing on this game and still, you know, be able to beat it. And, like, most of the time the answer is yes. Especially when it comes down to Pokemon and Pokemon challenges. Like, surely, it might sometimes be requiring a ridiculous amount of things that you need to be doing, but, you know, can be done. But it's just a thing that it just has kind of adapted to be a title that can you do this in this game and still beat it, you know? But, yeah, you know, most of the time it's the case. Like, I think there's only very few Pokemon-specific challenges that, you know, it's literally impossible to be defeating the game with. And there's just so few of them that it doesn't matter that much. Oh, hello, Shiny Melton. Nice. The little buddy. This is yellow today, the light. The dude is there though. Nice. Nice. A little gog fella. Gotta love the dude. Yeah, I don't know why it was so yellow today. I don't think it was the last time that yellow, but anyways. It's not like I have different lighting or anything. The last 20 minutes of the box. Not too bad. I mean, I'm glad that we'll be getting another one though. Even though I technically don't need it, but why not? At the same time. Can be transferring Meltons to a bunch of games, you know? Because why not? If I wouldn't want to be transferring the little fella to everywhere. It's quite funny though, the first one was in the first 20 minutes and this one was in the last 20 minutes. Everything okay? Something was jiggling the cat's nose. She seems to be okay now though. Or are you? Are you okay, little buddy? It's strange because she usually only sneezes like maybe once or twice a time, like 5 times. You know, a lot, but you know, happens. Happens indeed. What's up? Video, you're still having problems. Seems like. I had to clean her nose if she did have something on the outside. I might have been able to, you know, knock it off from there. Oh, this possible Hondo, I'm gonna catch it then. I know, might as well. Might as well try to be catching a possible Hondo. Doesn't really hurt, you know. Haven't gotten too close, to be fair. Back to back possible Hondos, interesting. At least it wasn't back to back to back possible huntos. It continues. And I'm gonna check out real quickly. Okay, let's continue then. Okay, there's some more checks for me for today for Melton. Just 8 minutes, it's more or less, so about 8 then. I guess it's about one every minute. It can be more in some situations. Like I think still like actually like my best one in an hour has been like even like 10 extra, which I find kind of crazy that it's like can be 10 even extra. So at one point I did catch every single melt hand. You know. And I did get to like 68, which is like crazy. It was all from like one as well, like don't know how, but happens I suppose. But yeah, soon another hour has passed indeed, so soon-ish indeed. We're gonna be having another break-in indeed. I would still be suggesting you be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break in any shape or form is good every once in a while. Doing that indeed. Taking probably again like a nice little stretchy break myself. But yeah, it's, you know, as usual, around 3 minutes when it starts. So, you know, that's more or less the amount of time that I'm not gonna be hunting. Because still I don't want you guys to be missing anything. In case of a shiny. unlikely, but always a possibility nonetheless. Always a possibility nonetheless, indeed. Melted. I would say that the the hundos have been quite low this time. Not that surprising, a little disappointing for sure, but do I really care that much about it? No. But still, you know, would like to be getting one anyways. Who wouldn't be one to be getting a hundo? Wouldn't like to be getting a hundo indeed. Oh. Gonna do a few more encounters then. We're indeed gonna be having the break. Be then having the break indeed. Thank you for the follow. Let's do one more. Then it's break time. There we go. Oh, nice. Oh, Gonna be getting going soon then. Let's run away already. Because why not? There we go. Yep. We're still doing quite a good amount of progress though. Quite a good amount indeed. I want to think about how close I am actually to be hitting 27,000 in total. Could be possible this hour. Could be, but I'll doubt it a little bit though that it would be actually happening this hour. Or within an hour, I suppose. Doubt it a little bit indeed. But if I go for like a 500-ish an hour, then we're most likely gonna be at like 26,700-ish. If no shiny appears, that is, of course. If no shiny appears, that is indeed. But we'll see, we'll see. We'll be indeed around that amount if I can indeed be hitting like 500-ish in an hour indeed. Which, most likely. You know, it's always disappointing to be finding a shiny when you're thinking about hitting big numbers. What a shame. What a shame indeed. Very disappointing for sure. But yeah, I'd like to always be thinking about what I could be hitting. Like to be setting, you know, goals. Not worry too much about them though, because, you know, some days you can be getting more progress done than other days. Silly goals they are for sure, but goals nonetheless. No, I'm not speaking with anyone. And how are you doing? Yourself? Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Good to be hearing that you're doing fine as well. I will say that the one thing I would be wishing to be the case more often than not in programming is that you could be asking someone else for an advice. Like more often. Like surely sometimes, but not always. The most recent shiny that I have found is a shiny Melton in Pokemon Go today. From Safari areas, the most recent one is a Wooper from Wednesday. But nothing today apart from the Melton in Pokemon Go. Nice, congrats. Where did you get the torch again? Nice, that's quite over odds. Eggs are a pain. I mean, at least you got each, so that's nice. And yeah, that's quite bad for Masuda indeed. Torchic is quite a nice shiny though. Psyducks, they do be tending to be doing that indeed. Oh, that's pretty lucky. We could think total only in 55. Nice. Yeah, I rarely do eggs. I can't be bothered with them. You get way too often stupid unlucky with them. I don't want to bother with them. Rather be getting more shinies other ways. Of course, it's unfortunately few Pokemon that you have to do X for, but not that bad. Yeah. Good to be taking breaks from hunts, indeed. Well, you could be doing something else than Masuda, to be fair. If you want to. Oh, jeez, oh, jeez, that's so bad. How can you even reach that high numbers? It's so unlucky, Haru. Hate to see that. I mean, at least the encounters are quite fast because you can run away from it. But jeez. My worst lucky in 1 in 4K game was 16,000. Almost 17,000 for one Pokemon. That's not even that bad compared to that. Yeah. I mean, in those other games you can be at least getting increased odds, so it's more likely, I guess, that you get the shining those games. Because unfortunately, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl always stuck to 1 in 4K odds. Apart from Masuda and Pokeradar, but mostly it's 1 in 4K. I guess Diglett boost as well, but I don't know how many people are using it, honestly. But yeah. Nice. To be fair, you know, that's a good thing to be doing as well, you know, switching either what you're hunting or like do other things is a good thing to be doing. Keeping your mind off of things indeed. But yeah. Yeah, that's why I usually do be hunting in a bunch of different games throughout the week, because I will be getting bored of doing the same hunt a bunch of times. That's pretty good though. 1k is pretty good for that indeed. I mean, Shaman is one of the fastest things that you can be hunting in PDSB, to be fair. The only thing that I can think to be faster is Sweet Scent Pokemons. Or if you're using Sweet Scent to be hunting Pokemon, specifically in the Safari Zone, because you can be skipping the Pokeball throwing animation and everything. Yeah, 1k per day is not too bad at all, though. Yeah, for Safari Week I'm doing like 3k per day, which is 1k per game. So that's pretty nice. Usually don't be getting the... Usually don't get that much done in one day though. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll probably do myself a Darkrai Shaman, then Arceus, like giving myself a little bit of a break from soft reset things, even though I most likely will not be doing just, you know, resets for them anyways. But we'll see, we'll see. We'll see when I get to be doing that. My first ever shiny is a Ghastly in Pokemon Shield, when I was trying to be completing Pokédex. Indeed. Oh, that's pretty nice, shiny. Not an easy one to be getting. That's for sure. Colosseum is one of the only games that I don't know if I will be hunting ever. It's just because the resets are so slow, and I hate slow resets. I mean, technically the resets themselves aren't slow, but the check is very slow. But yeah. But nice. Gotta love when you get lucky. Another Azurill already, jeez. Love to see that though. Nice. But best shinies are the ones that you're not even trying to be finding. Even though they rarely be happening to me anymore, because usually if I'm shiny hunting, I'm expecting to be finding something. I don't know, sometimes you're just playing through the game and find one randomly. Nice. Anything specific in mind in GameCube? In Colosseum? Ooh, interesting. They're gonna be making someone a Ribbon Master. Seems interesting. Well, I would still say that I've always found Ribbon, like, making a Pokemon Ribbon Master kind of cool. I don't know if I will ever be doing one myself, but maybe. What, 1 in a million Ribbon? Don't know if I've ever heard of Ribbon to be 1 in a million. I'm pretty sure it's still not possible to be getting it. Or have they, like, actually make it working? Because before the DLCs, it was impossible to be getting the ribbon. Like, it's in the codes, but it's impossible to be getting, so, you know... It's basically not there, then. Like, there was the... I'm pretty sure that it was the... There was some ribbons or marks, I suppose they are actually in Sword and Shield, but they were never released. And also the item finder mark, it was impossible to be getting before the DLC did come out. Because it also was glitched. It was in the game the whole time, it just was impossible to be getting before the DLC. Why did they take like a year to be fixing it is a different question, but it can be what it do be. I mean, to be fair, would it be worth it anyways? In my opinion, no. And if I remember correctly, I did watch... Is it Sir Toasty's video about it that... like, even if it would be, like, available as a mark or a ribbon, it's not gonna be required to be getting the Ribbon Master because... Like, why would it be, you know? Like, even if it never would be, like, available, it's not gonna be required for it because it's just stupid. Which is understandable. What are you? Very interesting, though. Interesting indeed. I guess they become even more interesting when bank home connection is gonna be going down at some point. Because then it's quite hard to be getting Pokemons. From, you know, into Switch from 3DS. Nice. Depends on when did... Yeah. Yeah. Nice. As well. There's, I guess, like, certain ways to be, like, getting, like, it always guaranteed to be tiny. Because there was a glitch that if any Pokemon would be transferred into Legends Arceus before a certain update, it would always be tiny, but Suicune isn't one of those that can be transferred into that game, but... Like, old games have weird chances of them to be... certain sizes. And that's nice. I mean, of course, because it wasn't a thing, then it is what it is. Technically, like if it's a Pokemon that you can be moving into Legends Arceus, you can still be kind of forcing it to be the smallest ever. You just would need to be making copies of the Pokemon and then, you know, send them over and over and over again. And you couldn't be doing that, to be fair. Again, from Sir Toasty's video, because it's the only place that I think that I have really been watching any Reborn things. I don't know if Legends Arceus is like required for it, but Legends Arceus makes it easier for sure. Because you don't need to be checking the size every time, you can be in Legends Arceus seeing the size already. So technically you could be checking like millions upon millions of them, but I mean, I don't know. I couldn't at least be bothered with that. It gets boring after like few Pokemons already. Yeah, but that makes sense, to be fair. Even though I will say that my argument for that is that I think alphas should be having their own different size thing. Surely they do be getting the alpha mark as well, but they are in actuality they are bigger than any biggest of that species anyways. So they should be getting like, I don't know, enormous mark or something like that. But I will still say that sizes in Scarlet and Violet are disappointingly small. I know that they are up to the actual size, but still. Like, cuts down the Pokemon size ridiculously from Legends Arceus to Scarlet and Violet. I get why alphas are the max size, but at the same time I think that the alphas should also be having their own size thing. Because I still think that they should be like bigger than the biggest of the species that you can be randomly finding in the wild. It seems odd. But anyways. It do be what it do be. At least it do be getting the alpha mark indeed, so that's nice. But still, at some point my goal will be to be getting the 1% Lapras to be having the catch of the day. And of course be shiny. It's going to be indeed. Goal indeed. I do be having one that is catch of the day, but you know, it's a Magikarp. Lapras seems a little bit cooler. And maybe slightly bit rarer as well. Considering the fact as well that it's, you know, transferable also to Scarlet and Violet, and if I want to I could be moving it there and have kind of a rare shiny, or actually impossible to be getting shiny in that game. I guess no fishing in Scarlet and Violet. But yeah, it's interesting that there is only very few marks that you can be getting into your Pokemons in Scarlet and Violet. I mean, there's some that you can technically get, but it's stupid amount of setup to be getting it, so I don't know if it's worth it. Nice. Hope it doesn't take too long then. I can rarely be bothered to be doing that myself. Too boring. Too boring indeed. That's not bad. I understand the Airbus are meant to be rare and stuff, but at the same time, why couldn't there be an easier way to be getting them though? I mean, I suppose every once in a while there is an easy way to be getting them with like certain like raid bosses, but still, just sometimes so annoying. Even though I don't really care to be using them that much, but I wouldn't mind it using like every once in a while though. But then again, you know, it do be what it do be. If you really want to be getting bunch of increased shinies, then you know, you gotta work for it. Especially for me, because I refuse to be resetting the game if I don't find a shiny. Don't want to be doing that. Same thing why I don't reset in the EEST. feels wrong to me to be doing it, so I don't want to do it. Sure, you know, you do you. If you want to do that, you do that. Don't mind that. It's just don't want to personally be doing it. Then again, to be fair, every single increased shiny method, it requires at least a little bit of grinding. Which makes sense because, like, why would they be, like, completely free either? There's some that require more work than others for sure. But then again, the odds are pretty high at the same time. Like SOS hunting, for example. Like, yeah, your odds might be good, but at the same time it might be taking forever in quotes to be getting into the high numbers, so you'll be getting the increased odds. Guess depending on what Pokemon you're going for with the SOS calls, they might be having like almost nothing of a call chance. Can surely be improving it, but still gonna be quite bad for certain Pokemon. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Depends on what kind of ribbons are you talking about. It's quite a good amount of different ribbons, so it really depends on that. Are you talking about the ball capsule things? Well, you can be going into the ball capsule section and you can be doing like a custom Pokeball to your Pokemon. We'll be having like special effects when you're throwing it out in the battle. That's what they do. Yeah, they're pretty nice. Ball capsules, are they little unnecessary and unfortunate they are not in too many games? Yes. To both. But if you want to be playing around with them, then you know, you have that as an option. which is nice. I will say that at least in this game, if you are gonna be making your Pokemon the capsule thing indeed, at least you can be moving it to the PC. It's such a stupid feature in the original Sinnoh games that if your Pokemon was indeed having like a ball capsule, it couldn't be moved. Couldn't be stored in the PC. I'm pretty sure you couldn't be trading it because it did have something that the other games don't. All of them make sense, but at the same time it's so stupid. Especially considering that, of course, like it's not a thing in PDSP, thankfully. But you know, most likely what like games would be doing nowadays would be that it's just like removes the thing from the Pokemon and puts it back to your bag, basically. Like that, well, that's what happens if you try to be moving items through Pokemon Home. It's just gonna be putting it back to your bag. Which is definitely better that you can be moving it anywhere. Because I will say that if you would be needing to be removing the... If you would need to be removing this, like the wall capsules every single time that you move Pokemon to PC, I don't think that I would be bothering with them in PDSP. They would be way too much work. For nothing. Like, sure, cool effect, but if it's too much of a bother, it's too much of a bother though. But yeah, I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be getting whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. I guess I was, with my guess, a little bit off then. I mean, I could still technically be hitting the 700 on the total. I'm gonna see what time it is when I hit 27k, but it also seems like such a nice number to be ending on, though. Like a nice round number. And also, you know, soon 6 hours anyways. soon 6 hours anyway, so I'll do that be as well. Getting hungry and such. And you know, maybe every once in a while in codes a shorter stream is good as well. Even though in this case shorter stream is that it's only, I don't know, 6 hours and 10-15 minutes. A short one. But anyways, it do be what it do be. But you are gonna be soon having a break indeed. As usual, of course, I'll be stopping the hunting when the break is on. Break is about 3 minutes or so, because that's about how long the ad break should be indeed if you get ads. If you're lucky, you can of course be dodging them, but in case you don't, then you know, I try to be stopping whatever I'm doing at the time during it, so you don't miss out on anything too cool. I don't think that this is gonna be taking too much longer to be done with today's hunting indeed. As I said, I'm probably gonna be stopping at the 27k. As I said, it's just a nice round number to be ending off today indeed. Not gonna be too bad, no, not too bad, not too far from hitting 6k actually in the Soul Silver as well. Didn't think that it would be going that far. That would be going that far indeed. Happens. I would like to say that I'm not gonna be hitting that though. Am I? I don't think I'm going to. Based on my quick math, I'm gonna be double checking at some point though. Okay, during the next break indeed, which is soon indeed. In about a minute or so. So there's that indeed. Also, I could be, I guess, checking out if my counters are correct again. Should be. Since they seem to be okay, you know. If not, then, you know, I've been missing quite a good few of them. Even they are out of sync. Quite a good amount of them indeed. Gonna do a few more encounters, then I'm gonna be having the outbreak indeed. There we go. There we go. Let's check out then. And her to double check on things, of course. Correct indeed. Yeah, I'm not gonna be hitting 6k quite yet today in Soul Silver. So 110 per game. Amount of encounters it'll be doing still today. I was also thinking because it would be on a few more, or not that much longer to be keeping things still inverted, so I decided to be going today also until the end as well. Yep, let's already run away from these dudes. Let's get it going then. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be taking too long to be getting in the 27k. 10 to 15 minutes, I would like to say. As I said, today probably like 6 hours, 10 to 15 minutes of actual hunting time. It's gonna be requiring indeed. So we'll see. We'll see indeed. That is a catch. Shocking. Cat is doing very much cat things. Cleaning herself again. Also, she has been a lot more energetic, by the way. She was like zooming around yesterday. To be fair, that was probably like 3 days of her playful mood of bottled away because it was too hot to be doing anything. Also, we did open, because we have the opportunity to be actually opening our windows. Like, you can be actually going outside. Usually we have like some sort of a net or something to be preventing, you know, things from coming in. We did show her what it is like, but she was not interested. She's interested on the outside, but from the inside. To be fair, it was also raining, so she probably didn't like that too much, but... she most likely is fine, like, seeing outside, but wants to be doing it when she's inside, you know. Doesn't be too crazy of going outside. Which is nice. To be fair, it's not like we would be having too many of our windows opened anyways when we're gone. They're usually quite closed. If we have our balcony windows open, it's only because we're gonna be coming in not too much later, you know. Are we gonna be having another day of nothingness? Unfortunately, seems like that. But it is what it is, you know. I'm really also hoping that my camera doesn't decide to be dying on the last, like, 5 minutes of me doing hunting today. I really hope that. As I said, it's not hard to be setting it up again, but it's just annoying to be doing it for such a short period of time. If I would be knowing the reason, I would be doing more things to be avoiding it, but since I don't know the reason, I can't really be doing anything. But yeah. Pretty nice day today indeed, hunting wise though. Proud of what can be done today for sure. Also, I will say that now that I actually think about it, it might be requiring an extra 10 minutes of hunting today, now that I think about it more. It's not that big of a deal, you know. So my camera most likely will be dying. If I would be knowing that it helps, that I could be, you know, doing it, like restarting it now, but I don't know if it helps if I manually restart it. But if I would be knowing that manually restarting it now would be helping, then, you know, I could be doing it like even every hour. Or every few hours. But it's not that big of a deal though. I will say that also it could be a lot worse. It could be so much worse, honestly. I wonder if too many people are doing overtime. Doesn't seem like it. It's right now. Makes sense though. Makes sense. Not everyone goes overtime, you know, people tend to be stopping earlier or, you know, doing it offline as well. You know, completely understandable to be moving on to other runs. It do be. It doesn't want to be moving into other hunts every once in a while, you know. But yeah, as I mentioned already earlier, that I'm not too sure will I be doing Safari Week overtime tomorrow. Because if I'm feeling like I want to be doing something else, I'll be doing something else. But if I do something else, it's gonna be Alpha Kudra, because Tuesday... We'll see, we'll see. We'll see about that indeed. Of course, if you join into my Discord, then you know I'll be always posting there a little bit earlier before I start whatever I'm doing that day. So, you know, join in there if you want more accurate information. Yep. We'll see though. We'll see indeed. We'll see indeed. There's one thing I know, that today we're gonna be eating indeed. The big number. If a shiny doesn't appear, then might be needing to be making adjustments. Hello, Berserker Girl. Back again, I see. Nice. Shiny Larvest do be a very nice looking one. The first time today that I think that I've thrown any page. Nice. Over 6 hours in, and first time that I have accidentally thrown anything. It's like some kind of record, I don't know. Happens every once in a while. A lot of us do be very nice though. Quite often than not, pain to be getting Scarlet and Violet. It's not that bad, honestly. Like you would be thinking that it would be worse. Because most of the games that I'm thinking of where you can be getting a lot of rest time, it's so ridiculously annoying. But then again, I guess because the evolution was at some point the replacement of the sun, it makes sense, but still. But yeah, Shining Forest is a pretty nice find. Don't know in what game I would be finding it first in. Scarlet and Violet seems quite unlikely. Because I don't usually hunt with those kinds of sandwiches in the areas that it can be appearing in. Sword and Shield. Technically I have a high chance because I have the shiny charm in the file that I every once in a while do be checking the daily spawns, but it's very limited. There, I know that you can SOS call it in at least some of the Alola games. So potentially there would be the place that I could be first getting it. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, I guess I could be getting lucky and getting it from Pokemon Go. I don't think so. But potential is there, though. Potential is there. If I would ever be hatching more than one of them, that is. I mean, technically, you know, if I will be at some point caring enough about the decks, I will be doing that as well. Evolving it just requires a bunch of walking with it to be getting it, unfortunately, but it's not gonna be that bad, to be fair. You look odd there, Bidoof. Haven't seen you in a while. That's probably why. So used to be seeing the barrel. They're quite different color-wise. Not that that much, but they are still a little bit. You know, the barrel has a bunch of more colors going on. Even though they are not the most colorful colors, but it still has more colors. Also, Bidoof looks anyways a lot brighter than Bibarrel. Could be because shading is gonna be going quite a bit differently. Probably the main reason. I would like to say. You know, since I every once in a while like to be watching people do, you know, random trading in, you know, Sword and Shield with Scarlet and Violet. You know, one thing that I'm surprised that I haven't seen that much of, especially lately, is shiny legendaries to be traded. Because I remember that there was a time that like they were the big thing that was trade. Don't know if something has changed or something like that, but it's just kind of interesting that like in the random trades you don't really see like legendaries that much. Oh, camera did decide to die. I'm like thinking, how have I not already escaped? I have escaped. The camera has just frozen. I've been very much getting away safely. It's not getting anything. Alright, self is working, so let's try quick fix number 1. Of course, the thing decides to be crashing. Takes a little bit longer to be. Yeah. So, no? Okay, we're good in there. So I just need to be updating that and we good then. So thatch. Back to thatch. It'll be good. Nice. There we go. Oh, it's fixed. Nice. Just interesting, the entire program did decide to be like not showing anything at all, but happens, I suppose. I guess, you know, in this case I'm gonna be actually opening up the I can actually be opening up the program that, you know, is casting camera footage, which is nice. But that program was like nothing. It's unfortunately not too surprising that it crashes when, you know, I'm trying to be restarting it after it has decided that it's time to not be working. It usually does that, unfortunately. But we good, we good. Maybe it's gonna be ready for the 10 more minutes. And also I was saying that today was also gonna be a little bit shorter of a stream. It's gonna be one of the longer ones. Nice. Happens. Happens indeed. Not that bad at all. I know, not having places to be today, so doesn't really matter at all, thankfully. Did do anything that need to be getting done yesterday. AKA going to the store. The only thing that is really going on too often. Yeah. It's not gonna be indeed that far off from hitting 6k on the Soul Silver. It's gonna be like 5,965 if I remember correctly. It's not that far from it, but you know, it's not gonna be happening today either. Alright. Pretty good. Pretty good indeed, though. But I love it. Love it to the bits indeed. No. Indeed. Still, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else to be hunting, indeed. I see that my voice is about to be going down. Well, happens to the best of us. I mean, thankfully I'm not gonna be going for that much longer anyways. Good luck with the hunts, indeed. Whatever you're going for. Hopefully it isn't too much of a pain and such. I don't know why I was so shocked that Azurill is blue. Could be because there was Psyduck as well. Oh jeez, the Azurill is blue! It's like that almost always. Oh no! Another Psyduck. Water shocker. Azurill is blue. Am I getting tired of maybe a little bit of Safari? That's why indeed might be having a break tomorrow from this, but we'll see, we'll see. Brain. What is that? anyways. But yeah. Soonish gonna be done for the day indeed. Soonish indeed. It's gonna be like 6 hours and 30 minutes of hunting. Nice. Hello Bidoof, you look less brighter this time around. But then again, you know, I see Bidoof so rarely. The shiny is not in inverted as obvious as I would like to say Azurill is. I don't know why. One of them turns into orange, that most likely some shade of like purple, pink. When it's shiny, the other one is, I don't even know what it would be in inverted, even though I could be checking, but you know. Why ruin the surprise? Why ruin the surprise, you know? Oh boy. You know what would be kind of a cool way for the binoculars to be working actually in this game? You know, since there is like just like the kind of ring that you can be seeing with where my targets of the day are. But what if they would be instead like randomly jumping in the background? Like kind of what happens when there's a swarm. Imagine how cool that would be. It would be just, you know, jumping about every once in a while from the grass. I would absolutely love it. Would absolutely love it to the bits indeed. Okay. You're on the move. To be eating? Question mark? Potentially. Wouldn't be too much of a surprise if she would be doing that though. Wouldn't be too much of a surprise indeed. I'm also afraid that we're not gonna be getting Pokeras today. Oh no. How sad. Guess there's like 7 more encounters to be going. If I did indeed math correctly. So I doubt it a little bit. Because as usual, the games are gonna be restarted if I don't find shinies. I ain't paying money to be entering this place if I don't need to. More than once. Saving that 500. Gonna for a rainy day. Yeah, the last 2 encounters per game be going now then. Still technically time for someone to be deciding to be shiny. I will also say that last encounters or night time encounters perhaps could be kind of cool. At least one of them is 27,000 total. Oh boy. Well, today's encounters are there indeed. What are you? Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. Remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow with something. Until then,